o'clock. I'd like to call the February 5th meeting of the Person Board of County Commissioners to order at this time and recognize that we do have a quorum. For an invocation tonight, troop leader of Trail Life Troop, NC 0200, and pastor of Theresa Baptist Church, Pastor Ben Francis, will lead us in the invocation, after which the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Trail Life Troop, NC 0200. Nice to have you young folks here.
Glad to be here. Let's pray together. Lord God, we thank you for a chance to be here tonight. We thank you, Lord, that you are our sovereign and supreme. We thank you, Lord, that you institute government. Give us wisdom, Lord, to operate according to your standards. We recognize, Lord, that you appoint leaders and give wisdom to operate according to your word. And I pray tonight, Lord, that you would give all those gathered in this room, Lord, wisdom to do what is right in your sight. Lord, wisdom to do righteousness. Lord, we thank you for the gift that government is. And Lord, we recognize that gift comes from you. Father, we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Please stand and join us for pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, fellas.
Appreciate you coming. Look very nice.
Good job, fellas.
Can we grab a picture of y'all before we go?
Good job, fellas.
Is that okay?
Sure,
All right,
sure.
come here, guys. Are they out? It didn't happen unless you take a picture.
around?
All right. Y'all got a phone ready? Blake? Good enough. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hope the air comes on.
Yeah, I think we're
We
gonna
got
need it.
badge work to do.
First on the agenda is discussion and adjustment, approval of the agenda as presented. Have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve consent
Have
agenda.
a motion to approve the agenda
Adjustment
as
approval.
stated. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, motion carried. Item number one on the agenda is a public hearing. We need a motion to go in, to open the public hearing.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Have a motion to go into the public hearing in a discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, none, motion carried. And we are addressing rezoning map amendment application RZ 0323 as requested by the property owner. And the presentation will be done by Chris Bowley.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners.
Good
Give me
afternoon.
1 second here.
A little hot.
A little warmer in here. All right, so this is RZ 0323, a rezoning application for the Hicks property, 1.1 acres. My apologies, let me get my glasses. All right. 1.1 acres located at the southwest corner of US 501 and Thaxton Road at Virgilina, where NCDOT has made improvements to the intersection. Existing land use is vacant. That's consistent with the adjacent land uses in the area. US 501 roadway classification is a boulevard or an arterial, and Thaxton Road is a secondary route or a collector. This area can accommodate commercial land uses with access onto Thaxton Road. Limited access right-of-way redirects access to US 501. DOT has added a fence on the US 501 frontage and part of the Thaxton Road frontage, which limits where a driveway could be located for commercial use on this property. Location is at a signalized intersection with US 501, and it supports the zoning amendment petition from R to B1. B1 zone property is opposite the subject property across US 501 at the same signalized intersection, which would warrant more commercial uses in the future. Site has a growth area future land use designation, and the proposed rezoning is consistent. Here is a general map showing the subject property at the southwest corner, highlighted in blue on your map. Again in blue, but an aerial photo. And you can see where DOT has realigned the roadway network, and this being a major arterial, residential is a lower designation zoning district against roadway frontage such as this for commercial use, so this proposed use can accommodate, proposed rezoning can accommodate that commercial use. There is a plat. When the bisection occurred of the DOT work, you can see the trending pattern of most of the lots out here, and then the DOT work for Thaxton and the interchange coming in. So what it did was basically cover or bisect this whole plat, and the property owners come in and replatted this area to be able to reuse the property in the future. So they've already undertaken that. Here's your future land use map with the growth area. And just because it has that designation, please note, and even though they're petitioning for commercial use out here, the closest city utilities are to the west of the property, and it would take some extension for city water and sewer lines to be extended to this site. So at 1.1 acres, it would have limited commercial use on well and septic. But you could do commercial well and septic here. Here's the zoning map existing showing the residential, and across the way, as I talked about, was the B1 already done opposite. And this is what's proposed to go to B1. Here are two growth guiding principles that are in our comprehensive plan which come closest to this petition. To reserve sufficient developable land and sites to support economic growth, the proposed rezoning action allows for highway commercial-oriented land to accommodate commercially oriented land uses. Guiding principle number 3, building a strong and vibrant community. Implement growth management policies that direct new development to the city. The proposed rezoning action allows for commercial land uses in close proximity to the city along a major highway and can be annexed in the future with city water and sewer service, which it will need if it decides to get that. So I always put in a potential motion for you, but the Planning and Zoning Department staff recommends adoption of rezoning map application RZ0323. It's also recommended that the Board of Commissioners adopt a statement describing whether their action is consistent or inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and why that action is reasonable and in the public's best interest, with potential motion as follows. As you could read that if you so choose to use that motion. And the applicant did supply an application with no specific land use in it. So we have to defer to the permitted use table of the permitted uses in the table as to what they could do if this zoning amendment goes through with you tonight. And I didn't see the applicant, but they might have been sitting back. All right. So if you have any questions for them, the applicant is here. With that, if you have any questions for me, please let me know.
Board member questions? Mr. Bowling?
Just curious, how close is water and sewer to that intersection?
I believe that's about 1,500 feet to the west.
Okay.
So it's going to be an expensive
Providence or
extension.
Thaxton? Thaxton Road?
Off of Thaxton, yes, sir, to the west, due west.
Right.
Yeah, a little under 1,500 feet.
Question for Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks, can you come up here, if you will, please? Just a quick question.
Sure.
So you have no plans for this property at this time?
Now, we're talking to a couple of people about some possible uses. One would be a billboard and another would be a used car lot, but that's still just talking about it right now.
Okay.
What was the first,
I'm sorry?
what was the first statement?
A couple of people have asked about using the property, one for a billboard
Okay,
and one for a used car lot.
okay, okay. Thank you.
All of which, or both of which fits within the guidelines, Mr. Bowley?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay.
Foley, what was the result of the planning board's vote?
I believe the planning board voted, well, I wasn't at the meeting, I must say, but I believe it was unanimous vote for this.
Further questions? Anybody? Now then, do we have public comments in favor of this?
Mr. Chairman, there were no individuals appearing before you guys to speak in favor of or in opposition to this public hearing for rezoning.
Okay, have none, then do we have a motion to come out of the public hearing and close the public hearing?
So moved.
Motion to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carried. Item number 2 would be consideration to grant or deny this request tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the rezoning map amendment application RZ-03-23 from R to B1. Find it consistent with the Person County and City of Roxborough Joint Comprehensive Land Use, primarily Guiding Principles 2.1 and 3.1, provides commercial locations for economic development.
Do we have a motion on the floor? Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none,
Chair.
all, I'm sorry.
Sorry. There's also the consistency statement, portion of it that's on the slide, and then there is a copy of the ordinance that did not get included in the packet, but this is an ordinance amending the zoning map, and that just goes along with the proposal that you've just made to approve it. So I just wanted to call that to your attention.
So there are no changes there then, otherwise with the motion. Again, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carried. Next on the agenda is item number 3, which is another public hearing. Do we have a motion to open public hearing?
So move.
We have a motion to open public hearing. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Motion carried. Presentation will be by Ms. Sally Baum.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
The GIS Department received an address request for a third address along a private driveway. Our ordinance does require that once a third addressable structure is added along a private driveway, that driveway be named. This land has been in this arrangement up at the lake for many, many years, but development is just now beginning to occur in the area, which has spurred on the requirement for this road to be renamed. We have appropriately advertised in the newspaper as well as physically placed a sign out at the area, and the name of Swallowtail Drive was chosen by the GIS Department and agreed upon by all who responded. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Board members?
Approximately where is this is this off of, is it Ephesus Church?
It is off of, goodness. Do you know where Franklin Road is in Cunningham Township? Or if you're on Cunningham Road in Cunningham Township, you turn right. It might be Ephesus Church, it might be Franklin. It is way over there.
Yeah, it's out the sticks.
I had to go into Caswell County to get there.
Yeah, you look back around up
Yeah,
there.
but it is right up against the north side of Hyco Lake.
I see water here, so it's
Mhm.
near the lake.
Yes,
It's getting access, I guess, to build a home.
that is correct.
Okay.
Mhm. And there's 2 out there, they've been out there for years,
Right.
but a third one's being added.
Other questions? Madam Clerk, do we have public comments in favor or in opposition to
Yes,
this?
sir, Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay. So item number 4 on the agenda then would be consideration to grant or deny this request to approve the private roadway Swallowtail Drive.
Motion to approve. Chairman Powell?
Have a motion to approve the request for renaming. Further questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is a 10-minute period set aside for public comment, as we do at each board meeting, and we normally do one each board meeting. We're required to do one. We're required to have only one commissioner meeting, by the way, for each month. So we do twice what is requested in an effort to hear from the public. And so at this time, we will hear our public comments. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, we have 10 individuals signed
Okay,
up.
then we'll go with 2 minutes per person, and that will be on the screen behind you, or in front of you, rather. And so 2 minutes each, and who's the first one?
All right, the first speaker is going to be Jimmy Whitfield.
Okay,
And if we can have IT set the timer for 2 minutes, please.
Good evening.
good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Information I'll share tonight, I hope it's respectful and informative. That's the way I intend it. News circulating said you have to make a decision tonight as to whether to purchase the Carolina Pride Car Wash building for $7 million to service the southern campus of Piedmont Community College. The property has a tax value of $1.8 million, only $1.8 million. The college owns plenty of land at its existing campus for future expansion. A few years ago, you wisely used the land at PCC to set up the Person Early College building for Person County's best and brightest high school students. You did so wisely using tax dollars to go along with a modular building. It was cost effective. If you go forward with this proposed new purchase, it would likely be thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in expenditures to retrofit the building for use. Additionally, there will be annual expenditures of hundreds of thousands of dollars for maintenance and upkeep of the property. Purchasing this property is a bad decision for Person County. We will likely have to borrow money for it. Our property taxes were increased last year to pay for the $38.2 million of Americans with Disabilities obligations. Those obligations we know are there, and I agree with them. I helped raise millions of dollars for them while at PCC. We've known about them since 1990, but we finally got got some action taken on it last year. So we've got $38.2 million that we will pay. We will upgrade our facilities. And that is the right thing to do. I think we should not rush into creating another obligation that will create a new tax burden. We should step aside and let the owners use this property to attract new ventures to our county that will add tax revenue to our bottom line. Your recent votes on the Mariah Energy Center have distanced some of you from many constituents. The constituents' pleas for reason and reconsideration were not heeded. So we projected that we're going to get a little tax revenue, but that tax revenue is likely to be offset by a decrease in tax values. So there would be no net gain for the Mariah Energy Center. So, this being an election year, continually wasting tax dollars unnecessarily and incurring new debt unwisely is not a good legacy to leave, and nor is it a good platform on which to run. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Weaver.
Evening.
Good evening.
Jimmy mentioned some procedural problems, and that energy situation, energy plan out there, that was kind of handled kind of like this. And now there's some more things going on. just kind of learning about this development going on up in Woodsdale, this property that's being developed. There may be a closed session at the end of this meeting to discuss that. The public really needs to know about how all of this came about, the procedures, who's spending whose money. We don't need cronyism or nepotism in our county. We need to step out of the 19th century and move forward. We need some honesty and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jim Center.
Good
evening.
afternoon, sir.
My name is Jim Center. I live at 41 Potluck Farm Road in Rougemont, and I'm here tonight to clear up some misunderstandings that came out of the December 4th meeting. I am a taxpaying resident of Person County. I was at that meeting, and nobody paid me a red cent to be there. And in case you had missed some of the letters to the Courier Times that have been written about that meeting, I want to read you one from my next door neighbor, who I named Vonda France, who I can attest to the fact that she is also a resident of Person County and was not paid to be there. So this is Ms. France's letter that appeared last week. I am writing about the county commissioner's disregard for the people who attended and spoke at the December 4th meeting, where the commissioners voted to approve the rezoning request by Dominion Energy for a liquid natural gas storage facility on Helena Moriah Road. Our behavior was described by them at a subsequent meeting as insanity. What they perceived as insanity, I perceive as democracy at work. In this country, we have the right and the long history and practice, in fact, the duty of assembly, dissent, and protest when government is not responsive to people. That is what democracy is, and that is how we became a country. At the December 4th meeting, there was no violence, no threat of violence. It was entirely peaceful. Voices were raised in protest. If the commissioners do not want to hear dissent from their constituents, perhaps they should not be commissioners, at least not in this country. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next
Drop
speaker-
some.
Next speaker, Patrick Riley.
Hello, Patrick
Good
Riley.
afternoon.
I'd like to speak about the Dominion Energy Moriah Energy Center. Its location is far enough away from my house, but my opinion is neither yay nor nay. I believe all the relevant facts should be considered so that the decision process may be honest and fair. The storage tank is to be 160 feet tall. For residents within sight of it, the image above the treetops will cause long-term anxiety, knowing just how dangerous containment failure might be. Liquid natural gas expands 600 times when vaporized. The 25 million gallons will expand to the volume of 15 billion gallons. Being heavier than air, it will form a layer and displace the air at ground level, causing death by suffocation. We tend to believe that vertical mixing will dilute poisonous fumes, but a cold layer of natural gas will not tend to mix with fresh air vertically. Further, if cold air inversion happens, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, it will act as a lid on any layer beneath. We've all seen during the burning of fall leaves that the smoke often rises only 20 or 30 feet and does not go any higher. That's called a ground level temperature inversion. It defeats the vertical mixing. The worst threat is not from fire and explosion, but instead suffocation. I was told that by a technician at the Atmospheric Research and Exposure Assessment Lab at 109 Alexander Drive in RTP. He declined to put it in writing indicating he was afraid of losing his job. Further from Botanica, the cool air and vapor tend to flow downhill and fill low areas. The ground cleaning inversion event tends to happen when the sky is clear and the wind is calm. When we say it can't happen, it's when we fail to guard against it. It's a convergence of circumstances that we cannot fully account for, leaving us to learn the hard way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Katie Moore.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Katie Moore, and I live here in Roxborough on North Lamar Street. I attended the meeting that's been referenced where you all voted to rezone over 400 acres in southeastern Person County from rural to heavy industrial. Since that meeting, commissioners have said that people who attended that meeting to speak out against the Mariah Energy Project were not from Person County and were being paid. I was not being paid, and the folks around me weren't either. It's a little ironic because I'm pretty sure the only folks in the room who did get a check were the employees of Dominion Energy. While I wasn't paid to be at that meeting, I've spent over a decade working as a scientist and researcher supporting communities who live next to oil and gas facilities, mostly in Texas and Louisiana. In that work, I have seen communities destroyed by oil and gas, chasing the promise of jobs and tax write-offs that never seem to fully materialize. I can say unequivocally that it is not worth it. I was at that meeting because I love my home and I love this community, and because I and many others have legitimate concerns about this facility. For anyone here who hasn't heard these concerns, they include worries about what this facility will do to property values, about whether leaks and spills, which are, in my experience, the cost of doing business for these companies, will pollute wells. How will our volunteer fire department ever be able to respond safely to a fire caused by tanker trucks filled with natural gas driving on our country roads? I really could go on and on. I encourage the commissioners and everyone here to reach out to the folks organizing and learn more about this, and talk to members of the Person County Community Action Network and NOMEC. I and others here would be happy to speak with any of you about our experience, and I personally would be happy to speak with you about my experience and why I'm very concerned about this facility. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jill Hoffman.
Hi. My name is Jill Hoffman, and I live at 260 BC Way in Rougemont. I'm less than a mile from the facility or the proposed site. I was here on December 4th, listening to what everyone said, what y'all said or didn't say, and no, I wasn't paid to be here. I'm here because I was concerned, I'm still concerned about this proposed energy center and what it's going to do to our home, our property, our neighbor's home, and their property into this county. I came here because I was, and I'm still am concerned about the future health after being exposed to air pollution, possible groundwater contamination, and harm to our environment that this facility will cause. I came here because I was concerned, and I'm still concerned about the stress you have put me, my family, my neighbors under, and because of your decision to rezone this to accommodate this facility. I came here because I was, and I'm still concerned about the total change of lifestyle that we and our neighbors are going to have to make because of your decision. You made that decision without taking into account anything that was said by anyone that night or at any other time. I emailed all of you guys. I got one response, and that person said, oh, yes, I will have an open mind, and I'm not planning to, make a decision before that time. The thing that really puzzles me is that with making this decision, you're moving the county away from real development. You're turning Person County into a utility county, and I read this before I saw number 7 on the agenda, and changing it from a rural community full of people. So we'll be a utility company instead of a rural community full of people. While I would like for things to remain as they are, I know that that's not possible. There must be growth. Let's make choices that are good for the people of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrea Childers.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Childers. I've lived in Person County 31 years. I come here tonight with 3 requests from this board. First is to reverse the rezoning decision you made on December 4th, 2023 of 480 plus acres in the southeast corner of Person County from rural conservancy to industrial for the Mariah Energy Center. My second request is only applicable if the first is denied. The residents of this community deserve to be informed of the details of construction of the Mariah Energy Center. We need more consistent messaging from Dominion Energy and the county commissioners. The residents still have many unanswered questions. Therefore, we would like for the county commissioners and the representatives from Dominion Energy to have a panel set up to answer one-on-one questions that everyone has. The open house was too loud, fractured, and chaotic for any of us to get a full understanding of what Dominion Energy's plans are for the Mariah Energy Center. For example, on open house, Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, we were told 360,000 gallons of water would be removed from the aquifer. But at the public hearing on December 4th, 2023, Dominion Energy said they were in talks to get that from the city lake. Which will it be? We were also told that 7 Mile Pipeline would bring water in 16 million gallons from City Lake for testing and pressurizing. Well, City Lake is a lot farther than 7 miles. It's 18 to 20 miles. So how's that going to work? Where's it going to start? Where's it going to go? Where's it going to end? How is this going to work? These important questions. Another important question that was glossed over was the 16 million gallons of water. What happens when they're done with the testing and pressurizing? Are they just going to turn a valve and just let it flow into the watershed? These are questions that need to be answered. Since the shroud of secrecy has been raised, it is time that Dominion Energy and the county commissioners let us know what the plans are for this facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Kutch Winstead.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have many more thoughts that I am going to hold on until the next time I have this opportunity. But I do want to say that I have lived at 82 Wood Sprite Hollow Road in Timberlake 25 years. I am a resident of Person County for 70 years. I was at the December 4th meeting, and I wasn't paid.
Next speaker we have is Jim Dykes.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Commissioners. Thank you for your work. I'm Jim Dykes. I am a retired family physician and farmer now. I live at 548 Potluck Farm Road in Rougemont in Person County. I own a farm at 6910 Helena Mariah Road that's about 1,000 feet from the proposed Mariah Energy Center. I, like many others, was at the December 4th rezoning hearing and spoke vigorously against it, as did everyone else. I still oppose it. I'm here to tell you that I was there at my own volition and wasn't paid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker we have is PJ Gentry.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Having fun yet?
Sure.
I'm sure you are. I have to tell you that the Mariah Gas Energy storage facilities wasn't something I'm going to speak on at length, but I must tell you, in my research, this was first presented to the EDC in January of 2023 in a public meeting. So I have no idea. In my further research, I can't find anything where any other information was brought forth. I think you could have gotten out ahead of this a long time before you did. I think it was handled poorly. It concerns me. It concerns me, but the other reason that I wanted to speak to you is it concerns me about the number of closed sessions this board goes into. You're going into 4 closed sessions tonight. Almost every meeting for the past year or so, you have 1, 2, sometimes all you have is a quick meeting, approve the agenda, and go into a closed session. I'm like, why is so much business being done in the dark? Now, I understand that we've got some regulations, North Carolina General Statute 143-318. There are closed sessions for public bodies. There are 9 sections permitted for the purposes of going into a closed session. The most common ones that Person County uses are A5, establish the terms of the acquisition of real property. A6, whether it's regarding public officers, employees, and whatnot. That's understandable. And then there's A3, which is instruction to the attorney handling claims or settlements, judicial actions, mediation, that type of thing. And then A4 is for economic development incentives, approval of contracts and whatnot. So there's certain things that I understand that we need to do. But what I don't understand is the misuse of confidential information, which basically says it's unlawful for any officer or employee of the state or officer who is employed. Now, keep in mind, there's also, I'm going to finish this if you don't mind, a statute that Attorney Aycock gave us some time ago that says, note that a public officer is defined both as an elected official or an individual who is appointed to serve on a board. So you're having to take care of business behind closed doors when a lot of this information should be public. And if you're going to reprimand board members, then you should do it consistently like you do all board members. My concern is that you don't want to bring forth information to the public that should be brought forth. And so, which leads me to my next thing, the business, the PCIBC, the Personal Industrial Committee Board, which is basically an arm of the EDC. The same people that sit on the board of the EDC sit on this private 501(c)(3) fee board. And so the county funds this board to help them buy land. And we have that organization has to file a tax return. One hasn't been filed since 2021. That was the last one that was filed. And the registered agent on that is still the former EDC director who resigned quite some time ago. So I think we got some issues here that need to be cleaned up. And they need to be cleaned up very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our speaker registration for tonight.
All right, thank you. Item number 5 on the agenda is discussion, adjustment, approval of the consent agenda as presented.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Further questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, motion carried. Thank you. New business, item number 6. FY '24 ISO fire rating reduction bonuses, Mr. Sean Bratcher.
So thank y'all for letting me be here tonight. So in the previous years, the commissioners established a process to reward the fire departments for their efforts to lower the ISO rating in the county's rural fire districts. So that reward process includes a recurring $7,500 bonus from the Fire Tax District Fund for each ISO rating point reduction achieved. So during the ISO rating process, the departments are judged on many areas of the abilities to provide fire protection to the community that they serve. Some of the areas that they are graded on include, but are not limited to, available personnel, department equipment, and training. The lower ISO ratings that they do receive not only means that the departments are better prepared to respond to fires and other emergencies, this will also result in a savings to the county residents on their homeowners insurance. So previously, I think the last 3 or 4 years, the following volunteer fire departments in the county have lowered their ISO ratings and received the bonuses. So those include Allensville, Hurdle Mills, Timberlake, and Samora. The city of Roxborough also lowered their rating, which greatly benefits the Person County residents as they do provide primary fire coverage to a significant section of the county rural fire district area. So, effective January 1st, 2024, following three departments have lowered their ISO fire ratings. First one being Cepho, they lowered theirs from a 9 to a 4. Moriah Fire Department lowered theirs from a 9 to a 4 also. Triple Springs Fire Department lowered their rating from a 9 to a 5. So, with all that being said, the staff recommendation for this is to approve the contract addenda and award them the bonuses.
I don't think you're having any trouble with that. Okay, questions or any comments from commissioners?
I would just like to say something, Chairman. First of all, I'll go back many years when we first started this. It was one of the things that I wanted us to do was to offer an incentive, if you will, dangle a carrot in front of the fire departments to get them to continue to lower their ISO rating. And in doing so, they also are helping the citizens, and they're improving their fire departments as they're doing that. And I think it's commendable for those who've already lowered their ISO ratings, but for this group that did it this time, it's just commendable for them to do that. And it's very difficult to do it. It's not easy work for the volunteer fire departments or for a fire department. And once you get it, then you got to hang on to it. So it's a lot more work involved with that. So kudos to those fire departments and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
That's it.
Anyone else? Here you are, and these guys standing back here shouldn't be standing in the corner. You should be up front. You did the hard work of making this happen, and the benefactors are our citizens. That's what it's all about. Improvement, better service, and lower homeowner insurance, and you all are to be commended for that, as Commissioner Sim commented there. So, what's the desire of the board related to this request?
Motion to approve the contract agenda, award the bonuses.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None, motion carried.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, good job.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item number 7 on the agenda is a resolution in support of Duke Energy, which I have that resolution here, and I'll read it to you at this time. Resolution of support for Duke Energy in Person County. Whereas Duke Energy is an important part of Person County, being a strong and consistent presence in our community since operations at the Roxboro plant began in 1966, followed by the Mayo plant in 1983. And whereas Duke Energy contributes significantly to the county as one of the largest employers and the largest taxpayer, Duke Energy employees and their families are active members of the community, and the Duke Energy Foundation supports many vital organizations through grants, and whereas House Bill 951 requires Duke Energy to cut carbon emissions, and Person County is supportive of these goals, encouraging replacement generation at its retiring coal plants. And whereas Person County supports Duke Energy's plans to construct and operate 2 combined cycle power plants following its replace before retire strategy at the Roxboro plant, and to continue exploring options for small modular reactors or nuclear, long-term battery storage, and other innovative solutions to make the most of the existing infrastructure in Person County. And whereas it is critical to the future of Person County's economy to maintain Duke's place in our community, where it will be able to successfully generate clean, reliable, and cost-effective power for North Carolina's growing population for decades to come. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Person County Board of Commissioners that Person County supports Duke Energy's plans to site 2 combined cycle power plants at the Roxborough plant and to continue exploring options for other innovative solutions for generating clean and reliable power in Person County. Resolved this 5th day of February 2024. Okay, do we have comments or a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve the resolution, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion on the floor. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carried. And we will get this to, who do we have?
Beth is here.
Beth, oh, there you are. Beth, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. And Michelle, you'll do that, and yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't see and recognize you, Beth. Come on up, and Michelle, I'll get that all signed for you, and I don't know if you want to make a comment or not.
Thank
You're
you.
free.
We certainly appreciate your support and are excited about the announcement that was recently made about the second combined cycle that we are proposing for the Roxborough plant site. We look forward to having more workforce involved, more investment in Person County, and we are very grateful for our continued partnership. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taking any questions?
Sure.
I think there's been a change in closure of plants.
In my last presentation, we discussed that we have proposed to the Utility Commission that the coal plants be extended so that we have time to bring in the natural gas plants. The proposed option right now is to close units 1 and 4 after the first natural gas plant is up and running, relating to that replace before retire philosophy. And once the second plant is up and running, then the other 2 units will then close down. Yes. And we will have an open house on February 20th. It will be located at Piedmont Community College in the community room S100 from 4 to 6 p.m. I invite everyone to join us and learn more from all of our subject matter experts who will be in attendance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 8 on our agenda is addition of building code enforcement officer position. Mr. Dale Tillman.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Evening.
We come before you tonight to ask for another building code enforcement officer. I'll read the abstract to you. In the addition of a full-time building code enforcement officer in position is to provide proposed due to the increase in the volume of work. Sorry, it keeps getting smaller on me. I don't have good eyes, you know. So, recent to the volume of work, last year the staff completed 10,657 inspections. That was an increase of 24,010 inspections from the year before. And that year we permitted 97. We had an increase of 97 single-family dwellings more than we had permitted the year before that. The state recommends that each inspector do maybe 15 inspections a day at the max. And with that, the total number that they should be doing in 1 year is 2,333. Last year we did, 2,410 more than we should have did with the staff that we had. We currently have 4 positions responsible for inspections, 1 inspection director, that's me, 1 chief code enforcement officer, and 2 building code enforcement officials. Well, we're actually replacing one of those now from a death. Approximately 40% of the chief's time should be spent in the office. So maybe 60% of the time I'm out in the field. That cuts down on the number of inspections that I'm able to conduct. According to the state recommendations, we should end up having 5 full-time code enforcement officers, and we're only at 4. So that's why we're coming to you tonight. On your agenda, it tells you a little bit about the revenues that we've had. In 2022, fiscal year 2022, we had $120,743 surplus, which will help pay for this position, of course. And then last year, we had a $35,000 surplus, and we're projecting at least a $10,000 surplus this coming year. The way the state money is set up for inspections, all of that money has to go to inspections. So that's the money that we would use to help pay for this. And we're normally 8 to 10%, depending on the county, as far as salary stuff goes. And so we're in a good place to go ahead and hire this position so that we can keep up. And we also have the possibility of proposal from Lauren Johnson with the city of close to 2,000 new lots just in the city limits alone that are coming real soon. As soon as the Western Sewer Corridor is signed for the city, that's going to allow 3 developers that have already turned in paperwork to get started on their developments, and we got to have the manpower to do it. So.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions?
You have a surplus now revenue of 81,994?
The total from 2022 was 120,000 in revenue, and then 35,000 the next year. And then this year, we're proposing at least 10,000. Of course, this year's still a guess. The busy time hasn't got here yet, so.
So essentially, like you stated, this position's already going to be paid for.
Pretty close to it. And the funds still have to be allocated because all that money just sits there waiting for the need for it, so. Yeah, so.
So I see that the effective date would be March 1st to begin posting the position. What's your timeline for this position to actually be the person selected to be fully trained and up and going?
The fully trained, it still takes a couple of years for sure. We interviewed today actually to replace the position that we lost with the death in the family here, and nobody that we interviewed was fully trained, of course. So we will be training them. What the state does is they'll give you a probationary certificate for the first 3 years. Some people, depending on their experience, they have a 1-year waiting period before they can even test. So at the earliest to getting all level 1s, you're looking at 2 more years after that, so 3 years pretty much. To get them to other levels, of course, it's the county allows them to get two certifications in 1 year. Excuse me. And that, on average, it would take somebody 6 to 8 years to get all 5 level 3s. So.
Just curious, the applicant that I sent to you, is he in the running?
HR won't let me speak to that, of course. So.
Explain the money transfer.
Sure, a couple of
Yeah.
clarifications. So one, if this position is authorized by the commissioners with an effective date of March 1st, that would be the effective date for the funding. And they may be able to select 2 candidates out of the pool that were interviewed today to go ahead and fill our current vacancy as well as the new position. So I was not involved in that interview process, but I know we had a panel, so I'm not sure what the outcome of that was, but it is possible that we could go ahead and select 2 of those candidates so that we could get someone in and working on getting up to speed quicker. We would not necessarily have to re-advertise in March. But the way the funding works, so as Dale said, in fiscal year 22, we recorded a surplus of $120,000, taking in more revenues than we had expenditures within the inspections department. It was just over $35,000 in fiscal year 23. We're currently projecting a $10,000 surplus this year. So those funds are on the books per se. We're tracking them on a spreadsheet. We have to report them to the state on an annual basis, and the state is reviewing whether or not we have a surplus within inspections. So then that money is being held in our fund balance, basically. It just goes into fund balance, but we know how much of that fund balance
is excess revenues for the inspections department, because we've been tracking it. So what we would do is we would pull out fund balance in the amount of $81,994, which would fund the salary for March through the end of the fiscal year, as well as the new vehicle and other operating expenses associated with this position to get a new position up and going. And then we would report to the state at the end of the fiscal year that we have used some of that $80,000 of that surplus that has accrued over the last 3 years. So they will no longer view us as being, you know, as having as much surplus as we have now, and that would reflect positively on our efforts to staff that function.
And we try and maintain 2 to 3 days for our inspections. It's really hard to do that with the manpower we've got right now, especially with the development coming. We try and guarantee 7 to 10 business days on your plan reviews, and we're at the max. And we've worked hard to get it that low, but we're at the max, so.
Appreciate your efforts to do that, because what you're
Yes, sir.
doing is the lifeblood to growth here
Yes,
in the
sir.
county, and very much needed, as well as very much appreciated in your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Tillman? Do we have a motion to approve the addition as requested?
Motion to approve the position as requested.
Motion
Mr.
on the
Chairman,
floor.
Powell.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None, motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir. Item number 9 on the agenda is public records request policy. Mr. Brian Hart. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hope you all are doing well. Thank you for considering this item on tonight's agenda. I am presenting to you the public records request policy. The purpose of this policy is to aid in determining what is a public record, our protocol for updates and responses for requesters, general protocol for determining which departments need to respond, and a protocol for how the county manager's office, county attorney, and other relevant staff ought to be used in responding to public records requests, among other items listed within the policy. This kind of became a necessity because over the last 18 months or so, we received kind of an influx in public records requests, 208, I believe, since we began tracking them in May of 2022. And some of the notable inclusions within this policy include the implementation and use of a public records liaison system, where we'll designate a staff member within each department to assist with responding to the requests. The policy also stipulates kind of the timeline or time frame for which we will acknowledge requests within 2 business days, and then provide a fuller response within 10 business days. And then thirdly, there is a special service charge which North Carolina general statutes does allow for counties to charge in the event that the preferred format are printed copies of documents that need to be produced that would cause the county to incur further costs, such as if oversized materials which are not stored electronically need to be produced. And then there's another clause within the special service charge section that accounts for instances when staff time of certain individuals or departments exceeds 4 hours. So the policy is within the agenda packet, and if there are any questions, I will field them. I will say it has already been reviewed by our county attorney, as well as there's input, or has been input, from other department heads as well.
Okay, questions for Mr. Hart? Mr. Attorney, you care to comment?
The only thing I'd like to add is I want to thank staff for putting together the draft, which I did review, and they did a really excellent job. I'll tell you, in the local governments that I represent, where you run into public records problems is when staff are well-meaning but do not know what they need to do, and they don't know when they need to do it. And I think this policy gives good, clear guidance. I just thank staff for the hard work on it.
Okay, no other questions? Do we have a motion to adopt the public records request policy?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we adopt the public records request policy.
Have a motion on the floor. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed, none. Motion carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 10 on the agenda is purchase of the Carolina Pride Car Wash Building. Manager Kathy.
Okay, good evening. I'll be glad to introduce this item, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Senegal for a brief presentation. The community college has made a request to the Board of Commissioners to purchase the Carolina Pride Car Wash Building, which is located at 225 Crown Boulevard in Timberlake. This would be to relocate several of the community college's programs that are outgrowing their current space or have a need for updated space. This location is also along the 501 corridor, so it would provide easy access off of that main thoroughfare as well as visibility for prospective students. And the purchase price for the building is $7 million. The community college did receive a $5 million allocation from the state in this year's budget, and that was for capital as well as equipment needs for an advanced technology center. So this is to assist them in leveraging those funds by contributing just over $5 million of county funds towards the purchase, having additional funding come from PCC through that state allocation, and then using the remainder of that state allocation for upfits as well as equipment within the space. So I did, I signed a memorandum of understanding, a non-binding MOU, back on January 19th following board discussion on this topic in negotiating the purchase of the property. And based on that memorandum of understanding, we have received a draft purchase and sale agreement from the property owner. The agreement has been reviewed by our county attorney, and you have received a copy. There's a hard copy before you today for your consideration. You received it earlier today in electronic format. As we have been continuing to work out the details, there's still a few more that need to be ironed out, but following the presentation, I'll be glad to go through the highlights of the proposed agreement that is due for consideration, and as well as what the process would look like moving forward if the board were to agree to purchase the property. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Senegal.
Commissioners, I want to thank you all. I want to thank you all for continuing to work with us to solve the issue of facilities that are sorely in need of update so that we can meet the needs of our workforce challenges. The opportunity, if you'll go to the next slide, so the opportunity before us, as already has been stated, is to purchase 91,000 square feet of space at the Carolina Pride Car Wash Building. There's a combination, so this is us coming together as a partnership to find the dollars to purchase this space. It's a combination of the county and the college's legislative allocation that will come together to come forward with that total amount. One of the questions that's come up is where did that amount come from, and that is the appraised value of the property. That's where that $5 million amount is from, and the balance of that is the asking price from the owner of the property. If you go to the next slide, these are some of the benefits. The thing that's changed over the last 3 to 4 years is that there's increasing pressure. If we think about some of the companies like VinFast with 7,500 jobs, Hollywood is opening up a whole nother line of operation. We've got other companies like Boom Sonic, Toyota, Wolfspeed, LP is continuing to grow, Spuntech is making additional investments, there's Eaton, there's Sunrock, the number of companies that are coming to this region as we're becoming known as an EV supplier. Those are the opportunities that are coming, and we have an opportunity to well position ourselves to take advantage of that. It's also at a location that is far more convenient. In terms of traffic count, right now this facility gets 15,000 traffic count. At our current location, that traffic count by comparison point is at less than 1,000 cars a day, just for comparison purposes. We estimate conservatively that by being at this location that will result in a 7% increase in our overall enrollment, and it will also help us in terms of being able to respond to emerging industry needs with flex space, with appropriately ceilinged buildings and electricity that we do not currently have space for in our current facilities. If you'll go to the next slide, one of the other questions has been why not new construction? And if we go back and look at some of the data that was from our feasibility study in 2019, the range of building a space that was only 40,000 square feet was between 30 and 18,000. That was in 2019. And so we know that construction costs have not gone lower, they've only gone higher. And so this is the challenge in terms of new construction. This is the opportunity, and also realize that this new construction does not include cost for equipment, and it does not, this would put us 3 to 4 years out with the way that state construction works. From the point of deciding that we want to do new construction to when we'd actually be in there, we're talking 3 to 4 years away from being able to actually be able to deliver on that. So what are the components of the CHAP building? So let's start with the health aspects. If you go to the next slide. The current facilities for health are these. So first I want to say this. When the Board of Nursing came to do our review in 2022, they were extremely pleased with my faculty, with the quality of our instruction, with our student outcomes. In fact, they were so impressed that they allowed us to increase the number of nursing students that we were able to serve. But what they were not pleased with was the quality of our facilities and our simulation space. And in fact, this is directly from their report. They described our facilities for health training as being inadequate. And in fact, the conversation that they had with us was that when they come back for their next reaffirmation, that it would not be likely without additional facility investments. These are the kinds of jobs where students with these associate degrees are going to be able to make $40,000 and $50,000, and we want to be able to continue to provide healthcare careers for people within our region. We have a current class, we have our largest associate degree nursing class currently that we're serving, and just today our new licensed practical nursing program started with over 35 students. I think we have somewhere around 38 students in that program, and that's a new healthcare program that we've just begun offering. We have the capacity to be able to offer more, but we literally do not have the space for this particular health program. If you go to the next slide and take a look at that picture, if you go back one, take a look at the picture that's there. That's the state of how the current spaces look. And on the next slide, you'll get a chance to see what the intentions are with the new space. The intention is to have a world-class hospital simulation facility so that all of our healthcare programs, including paramedic and EMT, will be able to have participate in simulation activities in addition to the clinical rotations that they're doing at our local hospitals. That's the kind of training that our local citizens deserve to have access to. Also be aware that we will continue to partner on those equipment needs. And we've already obtained over $750,000 in grant dollars for medical simulation equipment. We're holding on to those dollars in the hopes that we can use those dollars at this facility. But again, we are your partners in this work. We recognize that this is something that we have to do together. The second part of the CHAT facility is around advanced technology. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see some current pictures, and you all have seen this. You've gotten soot on your hands and on your feet, like all of us do. Many of our trade spaces have not been upgraded since the 1970s when the campus was originally built. It is very hard to prepare people for advanced technology 4.0 jobs in spaces that are from the 1970s. And even at the same time, our faculty, again, are still able to crank out students who are still American Welding Society credentialed. They're still getting nationally North Carolina certified in welding. Imagine what we could do. Go to the next slide if our welding facilities look like that, where we would actually have space for robotic welders, for PLCs, and for upgraded technology. It would also allow us to be able to grow our welding program. With simply a certificate in welding, students are able to enter the job market at a higher rate than many of our other transfer programs. This is a program that has a tremendous return for our students. If you go to the next slide, that gives you an overview of all of the programs that we intend to transition to the CHAT program. That third column talks about all of the trade programs. We are continuing to invest in our trade programs where other colleges are walking away from these. We've been making investments in electrical, both commercial and residential, along with plumbing, HVAC, We are continuing to work to bring CDL truck driver training here. That continues to be a need, along with forklift and OSHA training. So that's the picture of what we intend to bring to the CHAP facility, right? On the next slide, I just want to walk you through sort of our logic and what we submitted for our CIP proposal. What we did when this opportunity came to us, we reached back out to the architect we'd work with for our campus master plan, and we asked for some estimates on how we could get to rehabbing and renovating the space. The initial number that we received from HH Architecture was somewhere between 16 and 19 million. That's where that number came from. Our staff, and that was only for one floor, our staff came back and looked at that data and thought that they could do better. And in fact, what we figured out that would be better for us would be to do it in a phased approach, very much like what we've done in other examples. I think Jimmy was nice enough to remind us about how we did the PESEL idea, and so we did that over a 5-year plan. We did it over time, and that seems to work for us, and so that's the idea. If we want a world-class facility, that's the strategy. You'll notice here it says 13 million. In our CIP, it's for 10 million. The other 3 will come from our legislative allocation, and the idea is that we would phase in the other needs for the programs over those 5 years. Know that the idea is that we have a new foundation director. The idea is that at the top of her list is to do a capital campaign to identify those funds from other sources. And so what I'd like to be able to tell you next year is that we found those dollars either from grants or other places, but we felt like we had an obligation to tell you what the overall cost was for us to get that to a world-class facility, right? What I'd like to do at this point, my partner in a lot of these conversations has been the Economic Development Commission in this area, and so I don't know if you would like to ask me questions, but Philip Allen has also been extremely helpful in moving these conversations forward, and I'd like to also grab a sip of water. The medicine I'm taking is not helpful. So Philip, did you want to, Mr. Chairman, would you allow Philip to say a few words? All right.
Thank you, Dr. Senegal. My name is Philip Allen. And like Coach Winston said, I'm 70 years old. I've been around a pretty good while. I've been on the Board of Trustees for Piedmont Community College for 12 years. I'm pleased to report I was appointed by both Republican and Democratic governors. So I'd like to give y'all, Dr. Senegal gave you a lot of detail. I'd like to give y'all a little overview and an historical perspective of Piedmont Community College. The college has been around now for almost 55 years. A local and large group of leaders going back to the late 60s decided that Person County really needed a technical institute. So our local legislators introduced a local bill in 1969 that created Person Technical Institute. Then a local bond was passed after much public lobbying and work by a number of people in that community in the 70s. And it passed with overwhelming support to fund the building and construction of PCC at its current site. So the current campus is about 45 years old. You drive down there, it might look like it's kind of modern, but it's 45 years old. It's got a lot of wear and tear on it. It's tucked away in a remote area, and we need additional space to address the key words, our workforce development needs. I'll say that again, to address our workforce development needs. Our leaders 50 years ago realized that much more was needed to be done, particularly in the southern part of the county. So in the 1980s, after much work, we finally got 501 South, 4-lane to Roxborough. The next thing we did on the southern part of the county is we built an airport. The 90s, we built an industrial park. You got it, in the southern part of the county. We recruited major industries that located in the southern part of the county, and we built a spec building in the southern part of the county, and again, an industrial park. So now is the time, the critical time, to take the vision of our forefathers and all the people who have been working to build Person County for all these years to the next level and locate the Advanced Technology Center in the southern part of the county, at this location, at this location. Every conversation we have and we've ever had with any industrial prospect includes workforce development and a skilled workforce. Those are the two issues that come up the most. We cannot and will not compete in the absence of a skilled workforce. You will not have economic development without workforce development and skilled labor force. You know, we spend a lot of time in our current culture and society trying to define our differences, and we don't spend a lot of time trying to find the things we can agree on. I'll say that again. We need to spend more time trying to identify the things we can agree on, that we can come together on. And at the end of the day, there are two things that as parents sitting around the dinner table or the supper table can agree on, and we all agree on, is they want for their children a good education and a good job. A good education and a good job. That's all they want. That's all they want. But you cannot have a good job without a good education. You cannot have one without the other. They literally go hand in hand. So I think we can all agree in our conversations that there's a critical need for an advanced technology center. The future of Person County, I really mean this. The future of Person County depends on it. I ask you to support this project. I ask you to support this project. I ask you to support this project in this location as part of the master plan for our entire county and for the future of our entire county. But more importantly, for the future of our young people, because they deserve to have a quality, good education and a good job. Thank y'all very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
God bless Person County.
I would like to highlight some of the provisions in the purchase and sale agreement that is before you for your consideration. The closing date stipulated is August the 31st. That is the timeframe that we've identified to be able to work through the process of completing due diligence, making sure that we have completed the studies and other analyses that need to take place to ensure that this is the purchase that we want to proceed with. In addition to that, we will be going through a process to finance this purchase through the issuance of debt, and that does require going before the Local Government Commission or the LGC for approval, and then going through the process of actually issuing the debt. So our financial advisors have worked with us to determine that this debt can be included within the county's debt model without an impact on our tax rate. There will not be a need to raise taxes for this purchase. The earliest that we can get before the LGC for consideration of our application would be their June meeting. So with that in mind, the earliest we could close would be July 10th. That is the timeline that we're looking at as far as the earliest that we would be able to close on the property from the county perspective. The agreement requires a $100,000 deposit. I think it's within 3 days of the agreement being finalized. That deposit is held during the due diligence period, which is defined as through the end of April 30th. During that time frame, the county will be conducting the studies and completing the necessary paperwork, getting everything in order to go to the LGC. And we anticipate that we will be able to complete that by April 30th. The one thing that we we will not be able to do is close within that time frame. The earliest, as I said, the closing date is July 10th. The property owner, Mr. Dale Reynolds, who is here, and if you have questions for him, he may be able to clarify provisions that I may not be able to speak to. One provision within the agreement that I want to make sure that you are aware of is that beginning May 1st, the county, if we have not closed before May 1st, which we will not be able to do, would be responsible for making lease payments that the current tenant has been responsible for. They would continue to pay their lease payments through April 30th. And since we are, in effect, entering into this agreement and preventing them from going to sublet the property to someone else, the county would be agreeing to cover the lease payments, which would come out of the $100,000 deposit for the months of May, June, and July, and up to August if the closing date ends up being August the 31st. So those lease payments would be withheld from that deposit, and the remainder of the deposit would go towards the purchase price. If for some reason we did not receive approval from the LGC, then when we did not complete the transaction and close on the property, then the deposit would be refundable minus that monthly lease payment, May, June, July, August, potentially, in that case. So that's one of the provisions there that I wanted to make sure the board was aware of, that's part of agreeing to this. In addition to that, we've already discussed the purchase price of $7 million. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have about what I just outlined.
What is your timeline, if approved, for a public hearing for finance?
I did forget to mention that. So a public hearing will be held. It will be, we work with our bond counsel to schedule out the timeline for the financing. I don't know that date at this point, but there will be a public hearing tied to that. That will be advertised with plenty of notice. The board will get that information well in advance as well once that calendar is established for the debt process.
Questions?
I got some comments, if it's now.
Questions, comments?
This has been a closed session up until right now. And we've been talking about this for several meetings. And I would like for us to table making any vote on this until our next meeting. I think the public needs to have an opportunity to look at this. Is the purchase agreement, sale agreement public? People can see that now. I think they should have an opportunity to look at it. And then I want to thank Dr. Senegal for what you have enlightened us on the needs. I agree with the needs. I know it's there. But I feel like we've been in closed session, and now all of a sudden we're presenting it to the public. And I feel like we need to give it a couple of weeks, let it digest, if there's any comments or anything of that nature, they can come back to us, and then we make a decision at our next meeting. That's my
Mr.
suggestion.
Attorney, is tabling the, now I don't have a problem, we're gonna go through a public hearing anyway. So I mean, we're going through all those procedures. Is tabling that the right terminology we need to use here?
I mean, you could have a motion to table. You could also simply, it gets called different things, but a motion to table is appropriate if the board wants to consider it.
I mean, it's fine, I mean, we're gonna do whichever. Doesn't matter if it's table or call something else, we're gonna go through the same hoops, meet the same deadlines, same dates and everything else, so it's whatever's appropriate.
By tabling for clarification, is this gonna affect the timeline of?
So tabling it, the earliest you could consider it during a regular meeting, if you don't call a special meeting for this purpose, would be February 20th. That is when we are scheduled to have the board's budget retreat. So this could be added as a decision item on that meeting. We do not typically have public comment during the budget retreat. That's not an item. It's the time for the board to do your work to prepare for the upcoming budget. So those are just two things to consider. If you table it, are you tabling it until February 20th? And if so, will there be an opportunity for public comment at that meeting related to this item? As far as the timeline goes, that will continue to eat away at the time that we have in the due diligence period to do what we need to do to meet that April 30th deadline, and just a tighter timeline to be able to put together all the information needed to go before the LGC, which our our financial advisors have said ideally we will have all that information by the beginning of April. So it cuts into that timeline and creates a real sense of urgency there.
There's a difference in tabling and table date certain, so.
And to that point, Mr. Chairman, this is what I was looking for in our rules. When you asked the question, your rules of procedure have a provision where you can postpone to a certain time or day. And so I think Mr. Sims could make a motion or ask that it be tabled to a certain time or day, or it could simply be withdrawn and asked to be brought back at a later date.
Well, we don't want to interrupt the timeline, so you want to be careful of, and I think you've clarified that, so.
Go ahead, Charles. No, you go ahead.
I was waiting to see if Commissioner Sims had any comments.
Well, I was gonna wait to see if anybody else had come up, but I was gonna.
Go ahead,
No.
Mr. Palmer.
Several questions. When I viewed the campus, there was multiple areas that were like concrete falling out, structural damage, decay. Is there ongoing renovations on particular buildings as we speak?
So in partnership with the county, there's a schedule for getting roofs replaced. I think COVID sort of interrupted that schedule. It appears to be back on schedule. We noticed that there's some roofers that are out there now doing some of that work, but it's hard to fix some of those structural issues until you get the roofs fixed first. You gotta start with the roofs, and then you're able to make the subsequent fixes. So that's what we've been waiting on for some of those fixes.
How about walkways?
Same.
Same.
Yep, that's where they are right now. They're doing a combination of those things.
How's the plumbing program progressing?
We've gone to now the second level for the plumbing program, so we've got folks going who finished that first level, and now they're going to the second level. So hopefully the next time I have to call a plumber, I won't have to go to my second or third choice, and hopefully it won't cost as much over time.
One final thing, I do have a comment. People are questioning the amount of money that's gonna be applied towards, if this is approved. You're looking at $7 million versus the 2019 comparison of 30 to 19 million, which we know is going to be astronomically higher. Now, by my assessment, it is a no-brainer to proceed with the purchase. I've read the contract and the email today or whatever was sent out. Ow. Crap, I'm sorry. Oh, God. Love you, Kyle.
Is that a doctor?
Drink you some water.
You're a doctor, aren't you?
I'm the wrong kind of doctor. I can analyze your data, I can help you, I can
Hits me all of
do a
sudden.
class, right?
Oh, God. Must have moved the wrong way. Anyway, the location is great. No added tax to the
That's
county
right.
citizens.
That's right.
Is-
It's meeting your guidelines to
Wonderful.
not raise your taxes. And there's an opportunity. So we could take all of the equipment from our current place to the new place, right? And not spend any money whatsoever on upgrading any of the facilities. So we could have old wine in new skin, right? That we could use that analogy. But we feel like our citizens deserve a world-class facility. And so that is our vision. As an institution, we think our citizens deserve that. And so that's why we'd like to make the investment in the equipment. That's why we'd like to have world-class simulation equipment. That's why we'd like to update and use new welding equipment and robotic equipment and not take the odd array of welding equipment that we've pieced together and that there's duct tape on some of it and we cannibalize from one piece to keep another piece running. We'd like to leave all that behind and start with equipment that speaks to the quality of the programs that we actually offer.
Okay, going back several meetings, we discussed when we came to a general consensus of helping with your help, you guys help. We started, and I made the comment, we gotta have a building first. You can do one program at a time
That's right.
as time progresses.
That's exactly right.
So, anyway, that's,
And our record proves that we have been your partner. We have already worked to find grants for simulation dollars. In the other county that we serve, we've raised $10.5 million to help with that seed project. We have a record of being good partners and good stewards of these resources. We will do that for this project. But as far as our CIP request, we thought it was the right thing to let you know what the overall project budget was. That's why those dollars are listed that way. And I would encourage you to vote on it tonight and say yes so that we can keep to the timeline, so that beginning this fall, we could begin things. Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing that I would like to mention, if you do decide to move forward with approving or moving forward with this agreement tonight, there are still a few provisions that are highlighted that still need to be worked out between the two attorneys. They were able to talk today, but have not incorporated all of the suggestions, but those are not significant to the contract. And TC might be able to.
No, that's just what I was gonna say as well. I think regardless of whether the board wants to move tonight or at your next meeting, if you choose to approve the contract, you could authorize the manager to sign it with, final legal review by the county attorney's office. There's nothing of substantive difference between the drafts that we're talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I fully understand where Commissioner Sims is coming from. This is the first chance the public has had a chance to review this, and and this is not the final vote. This starts the process on it. We will be having a public hearing on this process. It will be months from now before we have that public hearing. And I think there'll be plenty, there's gonna be a lot of time in between for the public to learn, and PCC can promote it, and we can continue to hear input on it. But I'm serious about moving this project along. And I respect Commissioner Sims' opinion of, letting the public, but the public's gonna have months to review this as this evolves on that. So I believe it is important to have a decision, to move forward with that and have a decision to move forward with the process tonight.
I understand what you're saying, and again, I'm just looking out from a public standpoint, as you said. We vote on this, okay, if we vote on this tonight, I'm okay with that, but you're saying this is not the final vote, there's gonna be another vote later. Is that
Well,
correct?
There's a due diligence period, so that runs through April 30th. So we will get all of the studies to ensure that there aren't any red flags with the building. That would be an opportunity to make a decision to not move forward if there were. But aside from that, then we would, if everything checks out, we're continuing to move along with the process of funding and going through the LGC process. And there is the public hearing tied to that. So, you know, if the LGC does not approve it, or if there are other conditions that, you know, come up, I don't know exactly what that would be, but you're gonna continue to go through that process, and that there would be a point of exiting the agreement if the LGC does not approve the county's application for the funding process, or if there is another material thing that's discovered, you know, through the due diligence period. But that April 30th date is an important date to keep in mind as far as, you know, ensuring that we have had the studies completed for your consideration for the purchase.
We discussed this before, and I know one of my concerns was the lease. And again, if we push this back, then we're looking at paying lease again until we finalize the contract. Is that correct, or finalize the bill of sale?
So that lease payment is made beginning May 1st and would be required May, June, and July, being the earliest we could close in the month of July. And if anything pushes that date further to where we're still within that August 31st, you may be responsible for that August payment as well.
Can I correct that, please?
Okay, yes?
I am Dale Reynolds.
Evening, sir.
Good evening. So, Ms. Kathy, after signing the MOU, came back to me and expressed that y'all were not happy with the lease provision that was in the MOU. So I came back with another option for you. Okay, and rather than having to start paying a lease on May 1st, as the MOU describes, I came back with the option. So let's just imagine that we were actually going to close on May 1st instead. So then there's no payments that the county would make, okay, with that. But the deposit that's put down is still in place. And you go through the LGC, and if the LGC approves everything, it's no different. There's no additional money spent. The deposit is applied 100% to the purchase. If the LGC does turn it down, and June 1st, you say, okay, we can't go forward with this, it's been turned down, then you only paid 1 month's rent was deducted from the deposit. The rest of the deposit will be returned. If it's July 1st, it would be 2 months. So it's only deducted from the deposit, but 100% of the deposit will be applied to the purchase price. So there's no additional funds that will be applied to the purchase. So you're not actually paying rent. So we would be only reimbursed if it doesn't go through. So there's no additional capital outlay from that. That's the way it's actually proposed to be.
Right, so the amount will be deducted from the deposit, and the deposit.
If it doesn't go through.
Right, exactly.
If it goes through, 100% of the deposit is applied.
Okay, so even if it goes through in June, and that's the part that we were talking about today, that
Right.
was my understanding, but then when the attorneys talked, TC got a different understanding of that
As usual, the
condition.
attorneys made it more complex, not less.
Okay.
So my apologies.
So that was my original understanding, was that if everything goes through as planned and the LGC approves it, then 100% of the deposit will go towards the purchase price.
Absolutely.
But if it falls through and is not approved by the LGC, that's when the county becomes responsible for the lease payments being pulled out of the deposit, not it becoming a non-refundable part of the deposit.
Right, all the rest of
Good,
it was those
thank
2
you.
months.
Okay.
And just as an additional point of clarification, is that as long as the LGC approves it at any time before closing? Because that's what.
Before August 31st,
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
so no additional on that.
Okay, then, all right.
Okay, thank you. That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dale. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's good. Clear as mud?
I'm good.
Good, yeah? Yeah, I think it's all clear. So,
Uh,
yeah, I think,
Mr.
really,
Chairman.
and he had explained it to me once before.
In-
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the sales and agreements for, with the partnership between Piedmont Community College and Person County Government for the building in question.
Have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion carried. Thank you. Item number 11 on the agenda is update on transition to a consolidated human services department. Manager Kathy?
I had a request to provide an update on our transition to moving social services and veteran services into the Consolidated Human Services Agency. The effective date for that transition to take fully in effect will be April 15th. And there were 5 steps outlined in the resolution that the board approved January 16th. And so I'll just go through each of those and let you know where we are, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. So the Board of Social Services is continuing to meet as scheduled, January 31st, February 28th, which on their agenda is indicated as subject to change, and March 27th. I know they're still working on their budget, and they're still actively engaged in their role with the Social Services Department at this time. As far as creating the Consolidated Human Services Agency, some steps that have been taken. I did meet with social services supervisors, so we did have a discussion in terms of answering their questions. I was able to listen to concerns that they have, and we talked through some of those. I've given feedback back to Human Resources, and they are looking into some of the questions that have been raised. I have spoken with Carlton, the DSS director, about scheduling 2 meetings, which would be with all employees. We'd break them up, one set in the morning, one set in the afternoon, and that would also involve HR so that we could answer any questions that employees have at this time about the transition. The Veteran Services Officer began full-time work on January 26th, and we're continuing to evaluate the space in the Human Services Building to accommodate both Medicaid expansion and veteran services. So we've looked at spaces in a variety of different areas and are trying to determine the best approach there. The Consolidated Human Services Board, which the Board of Commissioners will be serving as of April 15th, I have provided a document that is outlining the powers and duties of the board, and that was in your agenda packet. And one of the things that came out of the meeting with the social services supervisors was a suggestion that an orientation be held with the board to include DSS management staff and others who are interested in participating. This would be open to the public, and it would be a board orientation prior to April 15th so that you learn more about the department and your roles and responsibilities as the Consolidated Human Services Board. You will also need to have further discussion about when you will meet as a Consolidated Human Services Board. Some options to consider would be that during your Board of Commissioner meetings, as items are brought to you that you will need to decide as the board, you identify that you are acting in that capacity at that time during your regular meetings. You could also meet as a Consolidated Human Services Board directly before, directly after your commissioner meetings, or on a different meeting schedule. But it will be important to identify what your regular routine would be as the Consolidated Human Services Board, establish that regular meeting schedule, and then it's subject to the same types of provisions that you have as the Board of Commissioners as far as calling a special meeting if needed, or an emergency meeting, or other types of meetings that you can do as a public body. For the Consolidated Human Services Director provision, I have included a document in your agenda packet that outlines the duties of the Human Services Director as well as the Social Services Director. And I do request that as a board, you go ahead and provide advice and consent to me as the county manager as far as the appointment of the director, so that we are prepared to make that appointment on April 15th when you officially assume the duties of the Consolidated Human Services Board, and we establish the Consolidated Human Services Agency. But going ahead and getting advice and consent from you as a board that will be functioning in the capacity of the Consolidated Board will be helpful in continuing to make this transition, so that we understand what everybody's roles will be in that process. The county attorney is in the process of reviewing our personnel policy to ensure that it meets the federal merit principle standards. And HR is working on incorporating the Human Services Department into all areas of their workflow, so that will be different since so much now goes through the state processes. And we are identifying what that will look like, and working with DSS staff, supervisors particularly who are hiring managers or involved in other employee relations, performance management, and that type of thing, just to ensure that everybody is on the same page, that we understand what the department's needs are, and that our HR staff is prepared to meet those needs. And adapting workflows as necessary, where we used to have the step of going to the state, to make sure we've now logically defined what that looks like at the county level. And we will be sharing, once we've confirmed that all of our policies and procedures are compliant with the federal merit principle, will be, they're already available electronically to all employees through our employee self-service system, but we will make sure that all social services employees are reminded of the policy manual. We'll have the opportunity to have some training. We'll communicate both verbally and in writing with employees about the policies that now apply to them, which in part did not apply to them before, where the State Human Resources Act applied. So those are steps that we have taken to date as far as the transition goes, and some things to consider moving forward as we continue to work out the details of what that will look like as of April 15th. But it is very important just to continue that conversation, to make sure that we are well prepared, that employees are involved in that process, and that employees are informed of the changes that are being made as far as the policies that will apply to them, and any procedures that may be different.
Question? Supervisory reports, monthly, weekly?
Currently,
I'm
at the
talking about after the
Okay.
consolidation.
Well, and that's something that, as the Consolidated Human Services Board, we will need to make sure that there's some direction as far as expectations for reporting out. So currently, in the DSS board meetings, the DSS board receives a report from the Social Services Director and each of the division heads. So they do provide reports in writing, and then also go over those verbally, and there's time for question and answer during those meetings. So we'll have to determine, when the Board of Commissioners is functioning as a Consolidated Human Services Board, how you would like to receive the information. Do you want to carve out time once a month for that full report, or would you like to do it in a different format?
Okay, one more question. You mentioned, I believe, 2 meetings with the employees, the current employees there? That's us meeting them?
Well, initially, the intent for those meetings was for county manager's office and HR staff to have the meetings with the employees in order to answer questions. I know Social Services has been collecting questions from employees, so we can prepare for that meeting.
Could we be included?
So, that would have to be an open meeting if everybody was there. So that's why we're suggesting the board orientation, which would be a public meeting. So members of the public could also come and hear the information that's being shared, with you all. And of course, social services employees could come. We could have like a meet and greet beforehand, potentially tied to that.
We can cover that as time goes along
Mhm.
in the next month or so.
Months. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Not, I'll make a comment. This consolidation and a change in the operations of DSS has been a topic of discussion for several years, so it's nothing new. We haven't taken it lightly. We have not gone about it willy-nilly. We've been very serious about it because we are concerned as a board and as working to solve some issues within the department and better service to its citizens. So the consolidation of DSS and Veteran Services is something that we've worked toward. And I believe, and I think this board agrees, that we said earlier, consolidation will give better oversight in DSS's day-to-day operations and supervision and cooperation with its employees. And without state control and involvement. So the bottom line is better service. It's that's what it's all about. We've said that openly and repeatedly. That being said, now that consolidation and reorganization is beginning to shape up and we can see how it's going to look, I would suggest that the manager look into having an outside independent agency look into the DSS overall operation, and that would be its day-to-day operations. Because you put a lot of information here for us to read. We're gonna go through some other hoops as well, but this is new ground. This is new territory to this board and to you as manager. I think we need again, an outside, total neutral party, something totally separate and apart from state involvement to take a look at what the day-to-day operations and make some suggestions and recommendations and help us with this newfound jurisdiction and involvement that we're gonna have. So that would be a suggestion that the manager look into that for us and bring us back some information at next meeting.
Sure, I can determine what resources would be available to do that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the manager?
Just to clarify, your next meeting is the budget retreat, so are we
Oh,
speaking
okay.
of coming back with that at the beginning of March?
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, you know, the timeline's
Yeah.
ticking on this, so I would say the budget retreat would be
Yeah, that's the
appropriate.
20th, yeah, and all that will, actually at that point, will be just a overview of what we're talking about, so,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, if nothing else, as far as chairman report, I guess the greatest news that we have recently, of course, we do have the standard committee assignment meetings, and we're all doing those things, but Duke's announcement was good for Person County. That just came out. And in talks with them over the past year, this is pretty much what we've been told that's gonna happen. It just takes time. And it's their business, and it's their business as to when to make that public. It's not up to this board. But at any rate, that was very good news. They went ahead with the proposal to construct 2 plants here rather than 1. And that's what we've been promoting and supporting them in those efforts to get that done. And so again, I think that was very good news to us at Person County, and look forward to that actually getting underway soon. Manager Kathy?
I don't have a report tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Sims?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came out and gave presentations today, and even during public comments. I think there's always accusations that are thrown or made during those public comments, and they're not always accurate, and that we don't comment when people make those comments, and but they kind of classify all of the county commissioners here as one, and we are individuals, and so when they throw something out there, it bothers me when they sit there and look at us as all the county commissioners either said this or said that, and it may not be all the county commissioners. With that said, we've had a lot of people coming up here every meeting talking about Dominion Energy and their facility, their gas facility they want to put in. And I will say this, I went to the Dominion facility, Carrie, I toured it. Gordon, you were with me when we did that. I asked a lot of safety questions. I looked at a lot of their safety protocols at that plant. And when I looked at that, I felt pretty good about it. Now, I know we're going to hear things from other people who are going to say the environment and the water and the things that they brought up. But I will say the safety protocols that they had at that plant, I'm an environmental health and safety manager. I look at those things, and they were really good. And I felt very good about that plant. And if they run that plant like they do here, I feel pretty good about the safety there. But that's all.
Okay, my report is, I attended the Chamber of Commerce banquet, which was very well attended, and I appreciate the Homestead Restaurant Steakhouse for putting this on for the Chamber and us, elected officials and city officials. It was it was packed. You sent us out an email recently about charters of freedom. The glassware had come in, and there was a finalization on when they were gonna place these in position, and a
Yes.
date and time.
That is scheduled for tomorrow unless something has changed. Brian, have you heard of a change? Okay, that is the date that they
That's the date, but
communicated
they
to
didn't
us.
ever give a time, did they?
4 o'clock, right?
I don't
don't
know
know.
about a time, just tomorrow is what.
We don't have a specific time, but we can certainly look into that.
Well, do I need to come up here and camp out all day?
Yeah, do that for us.
Yeah.
Call me when you
Let us
see
know how
them.
that goes.
Yeah, when you see them, let me know.
Okay. Okay, going forward, I want to go on the record here. This bad boy, he's a bad boy. I've been accused so many times by one individual within that party that we had, I think, December the 2nd, of stating that every one of them there were not from Person County. That is an outrageous assumption, and how do I put this nicely? It's not accurate. I stated that the majority was not from Person County. They keep coming back at me weekly. However, my man standing back in that doorway, Kelly, let me see if I got this right, timetable here. January the 18th, this same individual comes at me again with his opinion to the editor and just rips me apart. That was on page 5 of January the 18th paper. Now, I know most of y'all probably don't read the paper. I do, because I want to see what's in print with us. So, on the flip side of that, on page 7, you spoke up and told exactly what I stated. I stated that the majority there were not from Person County. But this clown, I shouldn't say that. This individual, he keeps coming after me with both feet. And I felt it imperative for me to let you all, as well as my voting base, know that this is totally inaccurate. But I do appreciate you, and I'll just leave it there. I appreciate you following up behind that and stating my actual factual statements. And if you'll go to YouTube on that meeting, you'll hear exactly what I said. Thank you, Kelly.
Commissioner Perrier,
No report.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I want to thank all our volunteer fire department for all their hard work for lowering that number. They put in a lot of hard work. These people are everyday working citizens, so they volunteer their time to better their community, and we need to thank them for all their hard work. I also want to let the public know that the PI groundbreaking, which means a lot to me, will be the February 29th at 10 o'clock. That's scheduled. I want to make sure everyone knows that. That's a big deal for us. Right. Does that change?
Yes.
So I had the 29th at 10 o'clock.
It changed to March 4th
Okay. March the 4th.
at 10 o'clock.
Okay, nothing else. We get to the fun part. Closed sessions. And by the way, closed sessions, between, if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, between those, if you have a desire to hang around, then you're welcome. But we may come out of closed session and nothing is voted on or nothing happens, we immediately go into the next one. But it's your choice. If I want to stay here to midnight with us, we'll do it. Have a motion to go into closed session. Number one. Closed session number one. Per General Statute 143, 318.11A5. And those permitted to attend would be County Manager Kathy, Clerk to the Board Ms. Solomon, County Attorney T.C. Morphus, General Services Director Ray Fashy, and Finance Director Amy Wernberg.
Waste your gas.
Bad man, Charlie.
The only thing I screwed up on, I shouldn't have said clown. But that's all, actually. All you gotta do is watch the YouTube video. Thank you, George, for your help in promoting my campaign. nothing exciting going on, so. You don't have nothing to do at home. You don't have nothing to do at home, right?
Waited until a closed session.
There you go. First time for everything.
I can confirm the Rand's video's back.
So we're on now. Okay, closed session number 2, we need a motion to go into closed session. A motion to enter into closed session number, per General Statute 143, 318, 11A6, for the purpose to discuss with the following individuals permitted to attend: Manager Kathy, Clerk Solomon, Attorney Morphus. Have that motion.
Go on, closed session number 2, Chairman Powell.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Motion carried.
See you on the court.
So we are,
Late night pizza.
we're ready to go into closed session number 3. Okay. We need a motion to go into closed session number 3. Per General Statute 143, 318, 11A3 for the purpose to consult with the county attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to discuss, among other things, the lawsuit known as Clayton versus Person County.
It's gonna take about 5 minutes.
Those permitted to attend would be Manager Kathy, Clerk Solomon, Attorney Morphus, and EDC Director Ms. Lynch. All in, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carried.
transparency, and then all of a sudden y'all go in closed session, then you vote on this.
We are going back into the video for the open session part.
Went now? Okay, but anyway.
Yeah, go get some chips. She was tired.
Now, when,
Probably waters.
when I'm saying this, I want the video.
Yeah, so you want to save that for closed session?
Yes.
Well, we need to get open session, just to get some time at the start without anybody else in the room. And then we'll bring them in.
God, 4:30, we'll come early, man. Jesus Christ.
Something to get me through.
That's why I always eat dinner before.
Yeah, it's a good
It's
plan.
dinner at champions.
How long have y'all been here? What's the longest y'all been?
I think we're approaching the record. I
We're
don't
all
have any
approaching the
idea.
record.
I think, I remember like 10:05-ish in the last 4 years roughly. It was just over 10 o'clock, yeah. So I think we've set a record. Oh, you have to make the agenda right. We need to talk.
Talking about that?
We need to talk to somebody about agendas. Well, we do have a
Feel better?
lot going on.
You should have had a Snickers. There you go.
That was there, extra.
I don't need it.
I didn't pay for it, it was already.
I know, but I'm not
Take
big
this to you,
on
little
it.
buddy.
All right, are
Yeah,
we ready to roll now?
Ready?
You start with that motion on the ECS contract.
Yes. Okay, we are back in open session, and motion is appropriate.
You just won't have.
Motion to go in closed session? No? Motion.
We need a motion on the ECS contract first.
Oh, I thought we already, oh, excuse me.
No, sir, we need to
Okay.
approve that in
Yeah.
open session.
Motion to, go into contract with ECS for 14.5 geotech, testing on the, North Park.
With final approval of the contract language to be approved by the county attorney and the manager.
Yes, final contract numbers approved by the county attorney.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, motion carried. And, those permitted to attend would be Manager Kathy, Clerk Solomon, Attorney Morphus, EDC Director Lentz, Economic Development Chairman Philip Allen, and I think somebody had,
I need to make the motion to,
Yes.
Sherry Wilburn to the meeting.
okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none, motion carried. Before we actually start this one, we are We're doing different.
Yeah, I forgot he was still.
Is he back on? Got it on?
Hey, Jason, you gotta sit back down.
Hey, you know, you can't
Uh-huh.
stand and be official.
Just wave at the camera if you don't mind.
Do we
Thank
have
you.
a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say
Can
aye.
we have some discussion about that, or?
No, we just voted it.
Disallowed. Disallowed.